Hey, good morning. Good morning. Okay, Annette, I think we're good now. Okay, so it's Saturday morning, and I try to keep up the numbers as Ari does. Maybe Saturday number 25. That is a sacrifice that we all have been making. Imagine all the things that you would have done or how productive you would have been on a Saturday morning. But I think that we cannot underestimate uh, the time that we're donating. And we have chosen to be here every Saturday for the sake of our country. So that's very encouraging. I want to encourage us to keep doing the same. So today is maybe Saturday number 25, and we're here because the right president is not in Cameroon. Really, that's the bottom line. And so much has happened um, that is encouraging. It's really the place that I want to start with today. So much has happened that is encouraging. We have together as Cameroonians united. I think this is something we really need to hear over and over and be reminded. We all have united in a way that has never happened before and globally. Cameroonians in the diaspora, Cameroonians, at home, we have united. We have come to a space of understanding that we cannot be divided by tribe, we cannot be divided by religion, we cannot be divided by language. And I really would like for us to remind ourselves that this is really where power begins. It begins in unity, and we need to be able to understand and qualify the unity in our country, in the context of our country, is this is the one force we may not let go, and that as we do in our personal conversations and as we deal with other people, that we will not use those languages of divide that subliminally has been taught or imposed on us, and we've adopted them without thinking. So for the first time, as you know, we can come here and speak any language and it's work. So that's a powerful thing that has happened to us as Cameroonians. And I mean, that's just one thing to celebrate because it shows you that the walls are cracking just because we're one. The other thing that we've been able to do together and through Project C, and I think it just, I'm compelled to remind everyone that Project C is not a political group. They're not, we are not one that affiliate with, say we're here to support a political group. Absolutely not. Project C is for Cameroonians everywhere, no matter what party. You could be CPDM, and I'm sure we have some of you already. You are more than welcome to be here. But we are here for the advocacy of the entire Cameroonians. And that's why we're here. So I just want to remind everyone that we're not here for any other party, but we're here for what is best. In a nutshell, I know you can go to our website. Ari's going to talk about that, but just a simple reminder. Okay, the next thing that I just want to bring to our attention in terms of how well we've done is that we've had a collaboration over these months since the election that has never been done before. We've been able, thank goodness to the funds that we've put together, through you, yes, around the globe, we have been able to raise funds that have been able to, support the election. So it was well known that, the Biya government frauded, that they never won. And one of the reasons is because we brought the candidates on, and then we were able to, you know, publish in the newspapers, radio stations, so people knew their rights. They could just not be bullied and suppressed not into voting. And that gave us confidence, even in Cameroon. And then we have been able to support people in jail. We've been able to feed people. We've done so much already. And most recently, with the truck drivers, with the last Villemore that I will remind us that, I know a lot of people were saying that it didn't go very well. We don't need for it to be 100%. We don't even need for it to be 50% as is cracking the economy, as you're going to hear today. Okay. The other thing that we have done is that we most recently were able to support and host the press conference in Paris. And that's because of you. And I know Eric is going to talk about that. And that really gave us global attention. And there's room for us to replicate that in other parts of the world. Again, that's because of you. And we know that Cameroon was watching. And we can see, as we will hear today, the effects. What am I saying? Let's not be discouraged. This union we're having, it's easy for us to just go fight and maybe blow out everyone. We know those things don't get anywhere. But the power we have now is through technology, through social media, and a mindset. We know that Biya, who is not a president that is active in any way, and he has a band of bandits around him, definitely are on their way out. We have to recognize it for what it is. They're on the way out. So I just want to thank everyone again for sacrificing the time, for being here this Saturday. And today we really have a phenomenal runner-up. I am just so pleased that we have a group of people today that I know we're going to have an invigorating conversation. We have Tala André who is going to be here. We have Abdelaziz. I know that they're all going to be well introduced, but I'm sharing this with you because I want you to keep texting other people to get on. It is important to see this live than any other way. We have Armelle Mbappé, who is going to be here. We have Sandy de Boston. We have Cyprian Goman Tayong, who is also going to be here. And of course, I think that CY, do I have that CY also is going to be here this week and next week. So we want to have a conversation that is grassrooted. We want to have a conversation that includes French, Pidgin English. That's something that unites every one of us. So it's going to be, we're taking it to the next level because we want to reach everyone in the little villages in Cameroon. We want the grandmothers, the grandpas to be able to watch, and then all the way up to America and other parts of the world. Now, I also just want to, before I bring in Ari, I also want to encourage us throughout. We're going to hear from Kenneth Tendo, maybe Angeline Doe. We want to talk about the fundraising. This is important because we're coming in from so many different angles. But right here today, we know that we can be able to raise funds. Every time we have a Saturday call, be ready. We're raising funds as it's going. And we can tell you how much we have raised while we're on the Zoom today. Now, this is so important because nothing happens. How far we've come, I talked about, would never be able to happen if we were not raising funds. So the power that you have brought, the power that we're bringing across the board is so important. The links are going to be later on. We're going to have a QR code that if you're on your PC, you could just use your phone through the QR code and be able to raise funds. So that time will come also, as an interlude today. So please, right now, you could just start by checking the links. You can send that to other people. I'm sure that, we're always intending to, and then life gets busy. But while we're here and we're putting time here, we can, chew gum while we walk. We can raise funds while we have this conversation, right? And I want also to reiterate how simple it has gotten. It used to be all these different ways, but right now you can just go on the link and you can simply buy use your bank, Visa card, whatever, with any logo on there, and you would be able to donate. Isn't that wonderful that we're able to do that? So again, another reminder, every time you do something, you hop on here, send it to 5 other people. And some of us really can send it to more. If you're going to give money, send it to other people so that they can be able to support, especially this time of the season. So thank you. Without any further ado, I just quickly also want to talk about security. We have so much happening, so bear with me. Last week, we had an attack. We all saw that. And we know that, if what we were doing was not important, we would not be attacked. And the only people who would want to attack us are the people who do not want information to be out, which is a rogue government. Let's be clear. I don't want to say a government because in reality, Cameroon doesn't have a government. Let's just accept it. We have a president who was not elected, who chose to stay on. He is absolutely not even cognizant of life because he has Alzheimer's. And I mean, I'm not wishing him and his family bad, but it's just a reality. He is not fit to be president. He's got Alzheimer's. I mean, it's a lucky day if he even has an hour, of where he can communicate. And I even heard that, when Cardinal Toomey was alive, went to meet with him, and so this didn't start now, and he couldn't meet with him for over 10 days, and he was getting upset. And they said, "Oh no, it's not because he doesn't want to meet with you. He cannot, waiting. Can you imagine waiting for when the president has an hour of sanity?" That's where Cameroon is right now. And so he created an atmosphere of these bandits. So now, of course, they have factions, but we have bandits. I call them the Sicilian mafias. They may not even be as smart, but that's what we have in our country. So, I mean, some people may think I'm using really hard language. I am saying that we really don't have a government. Our government and the processes of government have been hijacked by thieves who are not even qualified. Guys, we are really in a situation in our country that we all have to wake up. Every single person needs to wake up, because what's going to win is not guns. What's going to win is a realization of a people, the value of the people, the value of our country, and being patriotic and knowing what that means is saying, when the people rise up, the country become ours. But if we do not rise up, no matter how we speak, the country is not going to be ours. And right now, we are rising up because we're going to take over the country. So anyways, all of that to say that, so we have been attacked. And so if you're in here as a guest, be patient with us. Please put your hand up if you're a guest, and our host is going to allow you to be unmuted and then have your camera on so we can bring you on. And we're doing this because, of course, of the attacks, for security reasons. Once we start live streaming, then it's going to be easier, so you can send the live stream to other people. But for technical reasons, it may be starting in another 10 minutes. Okay, so I think we're all caught up. We're up to speed. We all know what's going on. And I'm going to pass it on to Armelle. Armelle, thank you.
Yeah, hi, Lee. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon and good evening. Thank you all for being here today. Eddie, thank you for that opening, which it really covers, gives a good sense of what we're trying to accomplish with this Saturday meetings. Of course, we're here just for one reason, and one reason only, and that reason is that the will of the people on October 12th was subverted. And so we cannot stop until the will of the people is respected. And so that's why we have continued having the Saturday conversations. But more than just these conversations, we think it's really important for us to realize that we're not alone, that every hardship that any one of us Cameroonian bears is one that is shared, and that there's never been a moment of unity. I was having an exchange with somebody today on the platform where I said, yeah, let us support one another. Let's not castigate. Let's not rebuke. Let us help other people walk in our shoes so that they can be supportive to us. Let's not point fingers at other methods that are being used. Let's work together. But as I say this, I'm reminded about the courage of Anicet Ekane. I'm reminded about the courage of 48 people that have lost their lives in the post-electoral struggle. I'm reminded of the thousands of people that are sitting in jails in Cameroon as political prisoners. And, for Anicet Ekane and for those 48 who have lost their lives, I would just say, let's give a minute of silence in their their honor, and then we will continue the conversation. Right. I want to thank everyone for being here and for taking this moment to reflect on what the life of Anissa Dekane meant for our country. And for 50 years, he gave so much to Cameroon and got back very little. But his struggle did not go in vain. For our guests today, we have, and hopefully on this call, 40 people who carry in them the vision, the passion that he had for our country, Cameroon. And hope that as the plan for his funeral, which is going to be, I think, on January 18th, it becomes a moment of the reawakening of the conscience of our country, and that the struggle continues. So we will not stop. We will not stop making the little sacrifice to give up a Saturday morning to be here in the interest of our country, Cameroon. That's the little sacrifice that we can give to our country. And that after the Saturday conversations, we leave here inspired to do more, just a little bit more, to ensure that we can move closer to our goal. That goal of ensuring that we live to see, even if we do not live to see, we do what we can to ensure that we liberate Cameroon, because that's what it means. It is the liberation of Cameroon. It is more than just taking out the BR regime. It is dismantling a system that has kept our country and our countrymen and women in bondage for 43 years. That a system that comparatively, if you were to look at Cameroon and compare with other countries, like they said, 2 weeks ago, in one country, the military was trying to have a coup d'etat, which we do not encourage. In another country, Cameroon, the military was fighting against their own people, clearing trucks on the streets of drivers who were doing nothing but civil disobedience, which is a right. It's not, they don't need to ask anybody when they go on strike. It is their right. And the military was getting them off the street. So for me, and for all of you here, I know sometimes we feel discouraged. Sometimes we think the battle is lost. Sometimes we believe that this is what happens with every election in Cameroon. I just want to remind you that this time is different. This time is different because we know, the world knows, and the world sees that President Biya lost the election and he is outgoing. And we know that there is a president-elect. We know that the people of Cameroon are in quite a different place than they have been in the last 43 years. And that the regime has never been this weak. The regime is fragile, it is broke, it is failing, as it has always failed. But only this time, we are so close, so close. And so let's not let up. Let's keep coming forward. Let's keep pushing. And let's ensure that we break the dam, because that's what is needed. And we have some great speakers here today that are going to stop now, and I think maybe invite Eric to come in, talk a little bit about the state of the movement.
First conference. Eric, I believe you can unmute yourself because you were here before the block.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, and you can be on camera.
Yes, I can.
And just before you come in, I know that I saw Armelle, who has been able to unmute themselves. If you're unmuted, I believe you could also get on camera. So please, if you are one of our honored guests today, please raise your hand so we would know you're here, because sometimes the names are different. So please raise your hand. I will ask you to unmute. Sandy de Boston, I already see you. Thank you so much for being here. And that way you can unmute, and then just to make sure before you come in that you can be on camera. So thank you. And for anybody else, we're looking for you. Okay, Eric, thank you.
Yeah. I'm hoping, I think André Tala is there.
Okay.
Should be with us. And
could you ask him? They just need to raise their hand.
I don't know who. Est-ce que tu peux signaler ta présence, s'il te plaît, André-Marie, et aussi Abdelaziz, si tu es là, s'il te plaît.
Eric, Abdelaziz is in another meeting, which if he wraps up on time, he'll join us. The meeting is
okay. Okay. All right. Well, hi everyone, and glad we're all here to continue this struggle, the battle, and which the president-elect told me to say this emphatically, that this is a battle of liberation. It's a generational, it incumbents on this generation to liberate Cameroon. That's exactly how he put it. So I'm saying it, and I think Armelle or somebody else will make sure he gets it, that it was said with emphasis that we've got to liberate Cameroon, and this is the duty of this generation. Okay. A lot is going on, an awful lot, and I'm really hoping that we will begin, if we're not seeing the fruits of the struggle already, I hope very soon we will. My sense is, every week seems to build on the other. The actions that that may not be evident to all of us, but things are building, and we'll get to a point where we can begin to actually celebrate the little victories that we're registering. We've all heard about the Paris conference, which took place on the 15th of December, just last Monday, and which, from all the indications, went very well. Obviously, if it went very well, then it did not go that well for a 2D. It's interesting that a senior member of government not only recorded it, but sent it to some friends, mutual friends, to say that see what he is doing, and the he in that conversation was me. See what our friend is doing. So the senior member of government obviously wasn't very happy. And that's evidence that, for me, evidence that what happened in Paris is exactly what we hoped would happen. Now, this is what happened in Paris. And Armelle will talk some more about it. Abdelaziz, if he comes around, he will. And maybe, I'm sure Sandy must have received a lot of reports from some of the senior folks he works with, general, the corporal, he must have received reports about this event and may want to make reference to them. Now, in Paris, we had a lot of lawyers who not only talked about the legal quagmire in which Cameroon is, they brought a lot of evidence of human rights abuses, of heightened corruption, and of, the jailing of citizens, the arrest, and the arrest of citizens. They talked about, obviously, not only we talked about the death of Anise Ekani, but we had some very heart-rending testimonies from Ekani's two sons, who were in Paris with us. So there was that, and of course, we talked about the political situation in the country. Armelle talked a lot about that. We talked about the situation of state of the nation, poverty in the country, the inability of Cameroonians, an increasing number of Cameroonians, to feed themselves. We talked about the last elections and the rigorous work by a team to compile the results and demonstrate without a shadow of doubt who won the elections. And we showed proof of that. We talked about the brutal repression that followed the publication of the results, and the fact that people manifested, pacific manifestations, and we all ended up being arrested. There are over 2,000 detainees currently in the country, post-election. We pointed out the unpleasant silence of the international community. But the good news, I think, is we're beginning to hear voices rise against what's happening in Cameroon, especially from Europe, which still remains Cameroon's largest trading partner. So we're beginning to hear those voices come from the European Union and from other actors in Europe, which is a good thing. There's some movement on the Africa front, which is very important too. And I think all of this was helped by the conference in Paris, because the main objective of that conference was to shed the spotlight on Cameroon, something the government doesn't want. But more importantly, to have leaders, not only in Africa, but in other parts of the world, see the country for what it is and have to deal with it based on information that they were provided. So there was a lot of that in Paris. We had a lot of international media correspondents, which is why they were invited. And we had representatives of some major international organizations. This was what we set out to do with regard to this conference. The spokesperson of the president-elect met on Barrister Alice Nkom, delivered a very powerful message from him, but also in an attempt to not only reassure people about what was going on with him. And I may just use this opportunity to say he is doing well. He's in the Gambia, as everybody knows. He's doing very well, but under very strict under an agreement, if you like, not to use the Gambia to stage a crisis in Cameroon. I mean, that's putting it as best I can. So while he can speak, there's nothing he can say. He has to avoid saying anything that Cameroon would obviously want to interpret as stirring conflict in the country. So he will continue to speak when it is absolutely necessary that he does that. But we all have to try and understand the context in which he's obtained the protection that the Gambians are willing to give him. As you all may know, the African Human Rights Court is in Banjul, it's in the Gambia. So they too, that court is also paying attention not only to Cameroon and the state of law in that country, but has the obligation to not disrupt the peace in any member country, especially the Gambia, that has agreed to offer protection to President Chiroma. So all of these things were, discussed, and I think we're looking forward to hopefully seeing some form of agreement with the international community on how the relationship with the Gambia and those who question peace in Cameroon as related to what is happening in the Gambia. All of that was, it's in the works, so it's being taken into account as we develop. Sorry, I was looking at some of the issues. I was trying to figure out what I might have left out or what I should not leave out. 1991, the democratic opening that came about. Senegal has had 4 presidents. Cote d'Ivoire has had 3 in spite of the war, a 10-year war, civil war. Ghana has had 5. Kenya has had 3. And Cameroon has only had 1. Cameroon could have had 3 presidents by now, since 1990. But the people who won elections since 1990 in Cameroon, Frundi in 1992, he was immediately subjected to house arrest. That was Frundi in 1992. Kamto in 2018 was immediately thrown into prison. And Chiroma in 2025 has been forced into exile. So the 3 people who could have won, when the 3 leaders in Cote d'Ivoire won, the 3 in Kenya won and became presidents, the 3 in Cameroon ended up in either jail, in prison, under house arrest, or on exile. So this is the situation in Cameroon. And I think we put that in perspective for all those who attended the conference in Paris. So, and something else that needs pointing out is the fact that Senegal has been growing economically. It's the GDP of Senegal since its president's 4 years, the 4th president, has been growing. Same can be said of the Côte d'Ivoire, which has changed presidents 3 times. Ghana 4 times, Kenya 3 times. And in each of these countries, the GDP has been on the growth, on the growth trajectory. So clearly there's a link between democracy, improved governance, and the outcomes, the impact on the future of countries. So it's something we must keep in mind as we move forward. And this came out very strongly in the conference in Paris. I know that we'll be hearing a lot about this from at least 2 people, from Armelle and Abdelaziz when he comes. And I know that André Maritala has been talking to Mr. Chiroma quite a bit, so he too can come at this from that perspective. And I guess I'll just have to stop here and have others chime in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eric. That was it's quite an interesting perspective, making that comparison between Cameroon, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, and Kenya, and to see how the GDPs of those 3 other countries have progressed significantly, and that of Cameroon has literally stagnated. We are essentially our GDPs, if compared with, if you factor in inflation, we've actually flatlined since 1990, and we're back where we were, right? In 1990, when we had access to multipartism. But at this time, just following up on the conversations around the press conference in Paris and the impact that it's had, I know Armelle, if we can go to Armelle now, as we're trying to connect all the other guests. Armelle is the deputy spokesperson for the Chiroma campaign, and I've found her very engaging in her conversations. And Armelle may speak in French or in English, whichever works best. We've not had any French this morning, so Armelle, si vous êtes là et vous êtes prêt.
She can come on camera too.
Oui. vous pouvez, you just turn on your camera.
Yes, I think she has the.
Okay.
She was here a minute ago. You can turn on your camera if it's.
Okay. Si tu m'aides là, il me dit de tourner la caméra.
So whilst we're trying to get that, like I said, Armelle has really been vocal during the campaign and post-campaign, and has been working in close collaboration with the Chiroma team. And she's going to just bring a perspective on where we stand with reference to what's happening in Cameroon and where we go from here. What are the expectations that the Chiroma team has of the Cameroonian people? For sure, we know the expectations that the Cameroonian people have of the Chiroma team. We share a common purpose at this time. There's never been a time when we are united by common purpose, and it is now. Regimes do collapse when the struggle is not sectarian and when the struggle is not partisan. So I think these two things we have going, and when we have a common purpose, and if we stand united, we can, historically, this is what brings down regimes. So Armelle, if whilst you're trying to set up your camera, at least we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Am I on camera there?
No, not yet, because no, you're not on camera yet. We just have only your sound.
Je sais pas comment ça.
Mais Armelle, tu peux y aller?
Allez-y, on va continuer comme ça.
Ok. Ok. Je vais d'abord commencer en français. À la suite de ce que Eric Tindjé a dit, il a déjà fait un bon résumé de la conférence de Paris en disant qu'on a eu le retour des avocats, des démarches qu'ils avaient faites déjà par rapport à la crise post-électorale. On va démarrer la vidéo. Ah, ok. Nice. Donc, je disais que le grand frère Eric Tindjé a déjà fait un bon résumé de ce qui s'est passé à Paris. Paris, c'était vraiment une occasion spéciale qui était très attendue parce que, comme vous savez, beaucoup de Camerounais se posent des questions, il y a beaucoup d'attentes, il y a beaucoup d'expectatives par rapport à l'espérance qui était portée par la candidature du président Chiroma, qui a été effectivement plébiscitée par la majeure partie des Camerounais. Donc, quand la conférence a été annoncée, beaucoup de personnes se sont mobilisées parce qu'ils espéraient avoir des réponses par rapport à tout ce questionnement. Et effectivement, beaucoup sont venus. Le petit hic, c'est que on n'a pas pu commencer à l'heure, ce qui fait qu'à la fin de la conférence, il y avait déjà plein de mains levées pour poser des questions, mais le temps était compté. On était tenu par le temps parce que la salle avait été réservée jusqu'à 20h et malheureusement, beaucoup sont repartis un peu avec cette frustration de n'avoir pas posé toutes les questions et exprimé toutes les préoccupations qui étaient les leurs. Donc, je veux dire que cette conférence, en fait, est venue rebooster, est venue recentrer les choses. Parce que ce que le régime est en train de faire depuis la phase qu'ils ont organisé avec le Conseil constitutionnel et les CAM, c'est qu'ils essayent de donner l'impression que tout est normal au Cameroun, circuler, il n'y a rien à voir, l'élection a eu lieu, il y a déjà eu un vainqueur et on passe à autre chose. Donc, justement, nous, c'est là-dessus que nous appuyons en disant que nous n'allons nulle part. We are going nowhere because this dictatorship is so dishonest and so unfair with the Cameroonian people. And what they have been trying to do is to behave as if everything is normal. We had a normal election. The Cameroonians did not express their will, and that Paul Biya was re-elected. This man knows that he has never won no election in Cameroon, never since 1992 that multipartyism came in Cameroon, and he was even forceful because he did not do it willingly. So what they are trying to do is to shut up the voice of Cameroonians, and we are saying that we will hold that line. We are going nowhere because the voice of the Cameroonian people needs to be heard. And now that we have lost our brothers, our sisters, our fathers, and even our political leaders, we are going nowhere because that bloodshed is too much. The war we are having in the northwest and southwest, the killings in the northern part with Boko Haram, it is too much. The blood of Cameroonians has been flowing on our own native lands, and it is too much. We can't take it anymore. And these people, they have no choice. They need to listen to the voice of Cameroonians, to the anger that Cameroonians express, because the significance and the interpretation of this vote that took place on the 12th of October was a total rejection of a system, was a total defiance of a system that has not been able to deliver any relevant results, any significant outcome for the Cameroonian people. And we are fed up, we are sick and tired of a governance that will not listen to us, of a governance that will always force things on us, of a governance that will use the army. An army in a nation is meant to secure the national territory, is meant to secure Cameroon against outside threats. But now they are using those weapons, lethal weapons, to kill Cameroonians, to kill citizens that only wanted to demonstrate and tell the government that we have cast our ballots to tell you that we don't want you anymore, to tell you that it is about time you left that power because you are mediocre, you are unable. So the Paris conference was a very special moment because it was the very first time that many members of the Chiroma's team could meet physically together, because we have been having meetings online and doing a certain number of things. But during that conference, we could meet together. We even met a few days before and also after. We had times to talk to each other, to discuss many issues. And we also have, as Eric rightly said, a very heartfelt and aching moment when Anise Ekane's sons took the floor. It was really heartbreaking, yes, because as you know, this government through Atanganji, they are trying to tell the Cameroonian people that they are not responsible, that they are not the ones that killed that man. They are responsible, fully responsible, and they will have to respond. They will have to bear that responsibility, because had they not had they not caught a man that was sick, a man that was not an armed robber, and they treated him as a terrorist, that man will be alive today and among us. So for all these reasons, we are saying that we will persevere and we will press on to the end, because for many years we have been our voice has been silenced. For many years, this government did not want to listen to us. They turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to all that we were expressing. But this time, thanks to technology, as our sister said here, thanks to technology and thanks to all the means that are available for us, we can voice out what we think about this governance. We can tell this dictatorship, this fierce dictatorship, that we want to decide for our future. We are a mature people and we know what we need. We have seen that these people are treating us like strangers. They are treating us like useless things, and we want to take our country back. We want to take our future back. So perseverance and persistence, as you said in the theme of this meeting, are weapons that we are going to use. Even the Cameroonians that are silent, that are not talking now, their silence does not mean that they are not fighting. Many people, almost all Cameroonians, are fed up with these people because they have so much messed up Cameroon, so much so that all of us are feeling it. All of us are casualties. All of us have been suffering the consequences of poor governance, of corruption, of lack of public service, and all. I've never seen a government around the world that has failed like Paul Biya's governance, because you see in other countries, when you look at the record of government, you can point positive things that they have done. But in Cameroon, everything is dark. Everything is failure. So we know what we are out for, and the Paris conference was a turning point. And even Anise Ekane's death is also a turning point, because if we want to honor that man, if we want this man to be remembered for the battles that he waged all through his life, we need to fight to the end. That is the best way we are going to remember him, to honor him, so that his name will never be forgotten. We need to win this battle. We are not just fighting, but we need to win it. The Cameroonian people won with their ballot box, but we need that victory to be effective. And that is what we are telling these people. Whether they want to listen to us or not, we are not going anywhere. We will stand there until they listen to us, until our victory is effective, until we take back our country.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Armelle, for your passionate commentaries on the situation of Cameroon. We're not going anywhere. We will keep fighting until we liberate Cameroon, because that's what it should be. I just want you to, just a follow-up question for you, Armelle. You like me, I'm sure you know, people very motivated up to October 12th, very motivated until the results were proclaimed. What do you say to people that are living hope? Be your comment to a fellow Cameroonian that is feeling tired and it's almost giving up? What would be your, how would you encourage them to keep fighting?
Okay, for people that are discouraged, that are about to give up, I want to tell them from what the president-elect, that is President Issa Chiroma himself, told us on that very day, that is last Monday, where after the conference, we met together and he called us. We had him on a video call. He asked us to tell Cameroonians that he will never give up. He will never give up on them. He will keep fighting. He is fighting from where he is. And he is even eager to come back to Cameroon. And as I always tell people, I would prefer to have a president-elect, Issa Chiroma, alive in Gambia or anywhere in the world than to have Issa Chiroma killed by snipers and buried in Garoua. Yes, we need him alive. That is even if Cameroonians, all the people that voted for him are not seeing him, the President Issa Chiroma is a fighter and he is determined. He is fighting for Cameroonians at the diplomatic level. He is fighting and he is up for that battle because that is the greatest battle and the last battle of his life. And he is putting in everything that he has, his energy, his passion for Cameroon, and everything that he can give. Yes, because he loves Cameroon. And that is the reason why he did not want to negotiate. He rejected any negotiation because for him, the integrity of the Cameroonian people's vote is something that cannot be negotiated. These people have to go. We cannot negotiate anything with them. They lost the election. They lost the vote. Cameroonians don't want them anymore. So I want to encourage all Cameroonians and tell them that President Issa Chiroma is with each one of us. President Issa Chiroma is still fighting and he will fight to the end. He even said that he is ready, even if it means to shed his own blood. That is what it means for him. So now that it is true that people want evidence, they want to see things happening, and all these things are happening behind the scenes. Things are happening. There is a lot of misinformation. There is a lot of narratives that the dictatorship is spreading. We have platforms like this one, this Project C platforms. We have many influencers. We have many people that are communicating, even on our own pages. We are giving out information. Don't listen to all the rubbish that these people are telling. They have just so many things, so many lies to spread. But the truth is that the Cameroonian people won this election. When you are fighting, you're fighting for your children, you're fighting for your family. You are not fighting for Issa Chiroma. Issa Chiroma is one man. This man could even stay in Garoua. He could resign from government and stay in Garoua because he has a fulfilled life. But he said that he will not rest until Cameroon is delivered from the hands of this gang of armed robbers that has taken a whole country hostage. So we need to fight, all of us, each one of us. It is our battle. Don't fight because you're fighting for Issa Chiroma or for Issa Chiroma's children. No, you are fighting for your own family. You are fighting for your community. You are fighting because that Cameroon is our common inheritance. It is our common good. And that is even the reason why we cannot no longer allow these people to enjoy all the resources and all that Cameroon can give and just watch them destroying our resources. No, we need to fight. And nothing good comes easy. As you all know, we need to fight. We have come this far. We are not going back. We will go further and we go to the end.
Right. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Armelle. I also want to just ask you, because I think what you just talked about is so important. You know, sometimes the battle is being fought under the ground, so people don't see it. And I think that as a country, we've been suppressed for so long. You know, we may not even recognize our inability to act is because the impact of this 43 years of dictatorship, just suppression psychologically, the trauma and how that has really impacted us, you know? So it's almost like we're waking up. And I feel like that's what I want to do. And this is what I hear you saying, because the fight is truly not about Shiroma. The fight is about a people waking up and taking their country. So, you know, I would love for you to maybe also, what are some of the things that you think people can do? Let me explain what I mean. Of course, I'm really grateful over at Project C. We've grown, we continue to grow. We see people who, after the election, dropped off maybe from our general group and they're coming back in, right? Because for the first time, we in an election that Paul Biya frauded as usual, people are not quiet. This is the first time that this long months after, nothing has not gone back to normal. And that's what they were hoping that was going to happen. So I almost feel like we have an obligation, every one of us here, to wake other people. We need to, you know, like I know you said that even people who are silent, it's not that they're silent because, you know, the complicity to what's happening, and that's true. But how do we get more people engaged across the globe?
Armelle, tu peux aussi parler, répondre en français parce que nous avons aussi l'audience qui est, une audience qui est bilingue.
Je vais parler en français. De toute façon, le président Tirol ramène le bilinguisme au centre du jeu parce que il n'aime pas le sous-titrage. Quand il parle en français, qu'on sous-titre en anglais et vice-versa. Il parle en français et il parle en anglais. Parce que, en fait, l'un des échecs de cette dictature aussi, c'est de n'avoir pas pu faire de tout Camerounais comment dire, une personne, des femmes et des hommes bilingues. Parce qu'il n'y a que deux pays dans le monde, le Canada et le Cameroun, qui sont vraiment bilingues français-anglais. Mais le bilinguisme camerounais est resté officiel. D'ailleurs, c'est même l'une des motivations, l'une des causes sous-jacentes des protestations qu'il y a eu au nord-ouest et au sud-ouest au départ. Parce qu'on voulait, on ne peut pas venir imposer une langue à une population qui parle, une population anglophone qui parle anglais, venir leur imposer toujours dans les tribunaux et dans les services publics le français, que parfois certains de nos frères et sœurs ou de nos mères et nos pères ne comprennent pas. Donc, je veux dire que nous devons redevenir normaux. Parce que la gouvernance de Paul Biya a fait du Cameroun un pays anormal, un pays qui marche sur la tête, un pays qui a perdu son âme, son identité. Donc, ce que nous devons faire pour continuer à conscientiser, pour continuer à maintenir la flamme de la passion pour le Cameroun, la flamme en cette période de crise post-électorale, c'est d'abord de continuer à communiquer. Parce que la bataille médiatique est la première bataille que nous devons gagner. Il y a beaucoup de désinformation, il y a beaucoup, de propagandistes du régime qui ont diffusé et qui continuent à diffuser des faux messages, qui diffusent des fake news sur le président Tiroma en disant « Tiroma vous a abandonné, il avait dit qu'il allait se battre jusqu'au bout, mais il est où? On ne le voit pas. » Il y a plein de choses qui font des posts, qui font des images qu'ils créent en fait pour décourager. Parce que cette bataille médiatique est aussi mentale. Beaucoup de gens sont mentalement fatigués. Donc, ce que nous disons, c'est que nous avons des pages, nous avons des plateformes où nous communiquons régulièrement. Il faut chercher l'information à la source. Il faut chercher la bonne information. Et le régime ne nous donnera jamais l'information pertinente, l'information dont nous avons besoin pour continuer à mener cette bataille. Donc, c'est la première des choses. Et à l'époque où nous sommes, les médias, les réseaux sociaux et tous les outils qui sont à notre disposition nous permettent d'aller à la source, nous permettent d'aller au fond des choses et de savoir d'où vient l'information. Le système est à proscrire. Et c'est pour ça qu'ils se battent corps et âme et qu'ils sont prêts à frauder les élections, qu'ils sont prêts même à utiliser des méthodes grossières, comme on a vu avec Atangana, avec Clément Atangana, avec Eric Essoussé. Ils sont prêts à tout pour se maintenir. Donc, ce régime ne peut que diffuser du mensonge, de la manipulation et des informations qui déroutent les Camerounais. Ce n'est pas Bruno Bidjan, ce n'est pas Ernest Obama ou bien Raoul Christian Bia et les autres, c'est même la CIATV, ce n'est pas eux qui vont nous informer. Je ne parle même pas de la chaîne qui est basée à la présidence, au cabinet civil. Ça, c'est encore une première dans le monde. Parce que même aux États-Unis, je n'ai pas vu une chaîne de télé qui est basée à la Maison Blanche. Mais au Cameroun, on voit ça. Donc, comme je disais tout à l'heure, quand je parlais avec le grand frère Eric, je lui ai dit que le Cameroun est devenu le pays de toutes les curiosités. C'est-à-dire, au Cameroun, on a des choses qu'on n'a jamais vues ailleurs. Le Cameroun est une dictature qui va rentrer dans l'histoire, qui sera étudiée dans les établissements, les collèges et lycées, même dans les universités. Ça va même faire l'objet des mémoires de recherche. Parce que on a vu avec ces gens ce qu'on n'a jamais vu ailleurs. Donc, les Camerounais doivent s'armer de courage. Les Camerounais doivent persévérer. Il faut presser jusqu'au bout. Et cette dictature est déjà ébranlée. Des nouvelles que nous avons de l'intérieur, nous savons qu'ils sont en panique. Ils sont en panique parce qu'ils savent qu'ils sont dans l'illégitimité. L'illégitimité parce que le vote des Camerounais a été exprimé. Dans les années antérieures, bon, la fraude n'était pas documentée comme aujourd'hui. On n'a pas pu prouver exactement, même si on sait qu'en 92, en 2018, Paul Biya a perdu. Il n'a jamais gagné aucune élection au Cameroun, comme je l'ai dit au départ. Mais cette fois-ci, ils ont été pris à leur propre jeu. Il y a des images vidéo, il y a des éléments audio, il y a des témoignages même des membres de cette dictature qui prouvent encore que la fraude a atteint une autre dimension et Paul Biya ne pouvait jamais gagner. Il y a la page, par exemple, de Daniel Essissima, où il a fait une démonstration scientifique qui prouve que dans tous les cas de figure, Paul Biya ne pouvait jamais gagner cette élection. Donc, eux, ils sont, en fait, ils sont un peu dans la contradiction. Ils ne savent pas comment se sortir de cette situation. Mais comme je l'ai dit, ils n'ont pas d'autre choix que de partir. Ils n'ont pas d'autre choix. Parce que pour les Camerounais qui ne le savent pas, étant avec l'offensive diplomatique qui est engagée contre eux, leurs propres partenaires, les gens qui les ont soutenus avant, aujourd'hui sont mis à mal. Pourquoi? Parce que le président Tiroma leur a transmis toutes les preuves de la fraude électorale et de sa victoire. Et ils ne peuvent pas le nier. Donc, eux-mêmes, ils sont en contradiction parce que même l'ONU est venu en catimini signer une convention de collaboration avec ELECAM. C'est après qu'on l'a découvert. Les partis politiques n'ont pas été associés, la société civile n'a pas été associée. Et ils ont investi plusieurs milliards. Mais aujourd'hui, ils sont mal à l'aise parce qu'ils ne peuvent pas valider cette élection puisque les partis font le contraire. Ils ne peuvent pas valider une élection qui est entachée de fraude massive, qui est entachée d'irrégularité à ce niveau. Donc,
just pouring it out in your heart. You know, one of the things, Armelle, that I really believe in, and why this discussion, and I know Ari is going to bring up Sandy in a minute, and please stay on. You know, one of the things I was thinking about last night, we have a meeting and we say, what do we want to leave people? What do we want after this meeting? And my wish is that more people will wake up, and I'm listening to you. And what I'm really getting is they have gotten this far because we're silenced. They have gotten this far because maybe we were confused. We didn't know what to do. I'm also getting from you that it is so easy for them to topple over. And now I live in the United States, and you know, I came into a system that people have fought for. A lot of blood has been shed for the country to have the systems. And as you may know, in this country right now, these structures are being threatened by another government of a very rare point of view, right? But it stands because of what the people fought for. Do you understand? Now, we don't have that. And so what it takes for us to build that, well, when there was no technology and everything, maybe people really had to fight. We don't have to. What I'm getting from you is the fight is with us. Not, you know, like I said, we come here, the system is already set, so I'm benefiting from the system. You understand? Otherwise, I'll be in Cameroon. Who knows? I may already be dead for all I know, right? But many of us are able to be here now and benefit from the system. And what I'm realizing as you're speaking is that we need to fight. As this system was built, it is for us. It's not an entertainment. We're used to coming into things that are already formed. And so maybe as a people, I heard 4 million Cameroonians in the diaspora. We are thinking, well, we're waiting for somebody to build what we are to build. So I am just getting from you, and it's just igniting me that we, and maybe this is a challenge for everyone listening, everybody, we should, I'm getting frustrated. We should stop waiting for people, waiting. What are they going to do? Look at what you're doing. And we're going to listen to Sandy. She just took the bulls by the horns, you know, and anybody in their corner can do something. But, you know, when you build a house, you're proud because you put the bricks on. What on earth are Cameroonians doing is we are realizing that it is our time. Our country is not Shiroma. Our country is not bare any individual. Our country is the unity of the people, their land, their resources. And God has already blessed us with resource. All what is all over Africa, we have it in Cameroon. We are already blessed with, can you imagine that we're looking for what we have? We are here. I've been in this country for 34 years or whatever. And we're here and we have everything. I mean, we're literal voluntary refugees, for crying out loud, because I really cannot come into Cameroon. You understand? Even if the situation was not going, the displeasantness of it all. So, and I know I'm speaking for a lot of people. And we can be here and live our little Porsche lives or whatever, but it doesn't mean we're free. I mean, it is glaring. So we have to wake up, and I couldn't thank you enough, because that's what I've been saying. Stop waiting, stop sitting and being entertained, you know, or saying, what are they doing now? And I was with someone and she says, oh, just what you said. Oh, Shiroma is he's hiding. And I'm thinking, you're laboring in America. You know, if you had a choice, you know, would you be here? You know, would you want to live a better life amongst your people? So this is what we're fighting for. And I hope what we're getting here from you is that there is nobody who is going to save us. We have to save ourselves. Oh, yes, some people, we've already bought our plots to be buried in different lands around the world. Great. There's no problem with that. But for those of us who are going to mention Cameroon, who are going to talk about Cameroon, let's be structured on what we say. Let's be structured on what we believe in. And that's what I'm getting from you. And really, you know, we've had conversations. Come on. We've had people come here. And I am pulling my head out thinking, who cares anymore? It's not about somebody saying something, somebody coming to do something. We are having a conversation to say, in Project C is really the bedrock of who we are. What are we going to do? Please come with your hoes, come with your spades. We are going to work this farm together if the community has to eat. Does that make sense? So I couldn't thank you enough. for being on here. Please, we want you to stay on because we're going to be having questions, and I bet you a lot of people have questions that they're going to ask of you. So we're appreciative of your time. I'm going to have Ari introduce Sandy. I know that together we all will have a good conversation. Guys, we're getting into the belly of this conversation, and I think this is one of the greatest conversations that we need to have. Not something doing, but what is it we can do? Okay, Ari, if you're going to go ahead and introduce.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Elie. Merci beaucoup, Armelle, d'avoir exprimé aussi passionnément les sentiments que vous avez pour. C'est avec un plaisir qu'on a avec nous aujourd'hui Sandy Boston. To the question that I asked Armelle, or you asked Armelle about what people can do, an example of what a citizen can do in this fight is what Sandy Boston does. When I wake up every morning, I check her page to know what's going on in Cameroon, and when she goes live, I get a notification, and I'm always watching. It's for this, the fight for the liberation of Cameroon. Every citizen, chacun d'entre nous, a un rôle à jouer à tous les niveaux. Pour nous ensemble, nous avons tous un rôle à jouer, and Sandy Boston is exactly playing her role. A liberator for Cameroon to that extent. So Sandy, thank you for being here, and please feel free to go in French or English. I know that you speak passionately in both French and English about what's happening, but in the context of what people, again, at the point where they're discouraged, and I understand that December is a period where everybody's is in holiday mode, but we have seen that the motivation tank a little bit after the elections, and I thought you being here today can serve as a way to lift people up, to inspire people to continue the fight. And maybe you can share with us what keeps you fighting.
Yes.
Good afternoon from those who are in Europe. Yes, good morning to you guys in the US. What keeps me fighting? I don't know. I don't know if Papa André Tala is there already. If he's there, special greetings to him. To all our guests, Armelle Mbappé, good afternoon. It's always a pleasure to hear you on the media. So this is my and I think to myself, what should we do different? What is it that we did and it didn't work that we mustn't do this time around? What is the experience that we gathered last time in 2018 that we can put to use this time and improve in a way? Because we are fighting in this story is the same for most of us. Some of us are in the struggle since the 1990s, and the dictator, the same regime, and election after election, keep finding ourselves into this situation. So what is it that we are not doing right? What is it that we must change? We must correct. We must get right to topple the regime. It's almost 2 generations of Cameroonians that have gone under the BS regime. And here we are again. So this is the kind of reflections and the kind of thoughts that I'm having at this time. And I think not only I'm having that, most Cameroonians, most people are having this kind of ideas going through their minds. And we should, and it's good that you're doing this, because we can come together and put those questions on the table and try to strategize, to communicate, and to find ways to do things better. From my point of view, this year, 2025, we are lucky enough to have a Cameroonian people that had 7 years of awareness, 7 years of information, 7 years of denunciation. Cameroonian people are more interested in politics. You can see now there's the AFCON going on, but it's not generating as much interest as it was in the previous years, because people know that something must happen. There is an unease, an unease climate in Cameroon. There is a tension. You can sense it, you can feel it. Cameroonians are waiting for something to happen. But this is it, like you said, we shouldn't just wait. We should make it happen. How do we make it happen? We had, like I said, 7 years of saying everything that doesn't go right in our country, everything that goes wrong. Everyone is aware of what's going on in our countries, even the worst atrocities, including the death of President Anise Ikane. And the other day, again, on Equinox television, we heard the lawyer, Maître Chakunte, talking of the conditions of detention of Mrs. Chicho, the Manidem treasurer in Douala. We know that they are depriving her of nutrition. They are treating her like an animal. We know that. We know, but now what is it that we need to do? I am somebody who expresses herself better on the field. And I believe that although communication is the first weapon in a political battle, God must have public opinion, be at home or abroad with us. Communication is important. Politics are very, very important. I mean, strategies and opinion and building up the momentum is very important. Talking of the momentum, we must build up that momentum and maintain it and keep it. Get the people ready to act when the time comes, because I believe that everything we do must translate into action, and only action will make a difference. We saw it, and we know them. We know that we can talk. We have been talking for 7 years. They are probably sitting in a 2D, listening to us and laughing and thinking to themselves, oh, they'll be talking like this for another 7 years. We have been marching. Marches are great. Everything, they are great. They are amazing, because they raise awareness. They build up that mobilization of people around a cause. This is really good, and we must keep doing that. However, we must also, on top of that, start to think of how to translate all that into action on ground zero. Only action on ground zero is going to make them go. We saw when the kids went out in the streets, how panicked they were, because they knew that they didn't have the means to maintain that kind of pressure for 1 week. After 3 days, they had enough. They couldn't take no longer. That's why they brought out the big weapons, because they knew that another couple of days, like what we had, they would have gone. Unfortunately, that comes at a very hefty price, the price of our children's blood, the price of our kids' blood. And I guess maybe that's the reason why we did a strategic, we put a strategic hold on that. I can imagine I was thinking of how the president-elect was feeling at that time, knowing that he was far away, knowing that his major collaborators were arrested and tortured. It's very hard for a politician to, well, to bear that sort of responsibility on their shoulders. And that's why we are coming together as a civil society to say, hey, Mr. President-elect, you are not alone. We are here, and we are ready to put the boots on the ground. We are ready to work hard, because it's all of us that will make the change happen in our country. So exercises like the conference in Paris were amazing, and I hope we will have more of the kind, not only because they keep hope within the people and demonstrate that there is work that's being done, because people are asking themselves what's happening, what's going on, where is the president-elect? So having that sort of media outings reassure the people, but also shows the opposition, so the people who are in power, that we are working, we are doing things are happening in the background. But we should start thinking of translating that. The boiling point of what I'm saying of my intervention today is, and I guess that's my job as an activist, we should start translating those into actions in ground zero. Even though we know that it's very difficult to make it happen because of the repression, because of the torture, and also because every time somebody is arrested, that's another burden on the resistance, because we need to look after our people, those who are in jail, those who were, the families of those who were killed. Is a burden. It's a very heavy burden. And that's where the finances come into play. We are ready to support any fundraisings that are ongoing at the moment. I've heard about fundraising here, but I haven't seen the link. I guess I'm not available at the moment, because this is my being a nurse. I work a lot in the winter because of weather conditions and epidemiology in Europe. But this is one of the things that we do best in the diaspora, fundraisings. You have seen with all the initiatives with CRM, what do they call it? SCSC, Cameroon Survival, and all the other fundraisings that we did. We know how to do it. We have done it time and time again, and we can do it. And we are also preparing to work on the Anise Ekane's funerals fundraising initiated by his sister. So these are the kind of things that we can do. On the other side, to be honest with you, I will admit that the Brigade Anti-Sardina at the moment is a little bit disorganized. However, we have found a common ground of battle behind the president-elect. So we are working on coming together again and trying to put some actions that we will do both in the diaspora and in Cameroon in order to reignite the struggle. So the Brigade Anti-Sardina is really working along these lines, and you will see some very strong actions coming up in the following months. Because we think that only these kind of actions are feared by the regime. You know, that's the only language they understand. They only understand the language of force, and we will oppose sheer force to them, both here and in Cameroon. So yes, everyone will do what they have to do at their own level, and is the result of all our actions that will make a difference. But most importantly, I think our people back home, they need a lot of encouragement and support. The other thing that I wanted to highlight is that last time in Paris during that conference, there were some lawyers, there were some journalists, but I know Armelle explained they were taken by time because the conference started late. It will be more interesting next time to bring in more political people, because we have some very interesting political analysts here who can not only expose the facts, but also translate that into political action and strategy. It would be very interesting. And I was very happy to see that Maitre Diagne, I think that's her name, draw that.
Yeah.
She said, we know all this, we have done all that, but what do we do now? We need movement, we need action, we need, and people, you could hear the whole room clapping when she said that. And this is the kind of intervention that we need nowadays, because we will spend years and years and years talking about things that happen in Cameroon, talking about what the government does, and everyone knows they do that. They don't care. If they care, they wouldn't do what they did to Maurice Camp. If they care, they wouldn't do what they did to Anise Kane. They don't care. So I think we should project ourselves more. We should give hope more and show leadership into action more. I think that's what we need. So that's my modest contribution for this afternoon.
I just want to say, Sandy, thank you so much. I also want to ask you something. I was thinking if you could just help build this up, if it makes sense, with what you've said. And I'm thinking, what is the most action that we can take? What is the emphasis on? And I believe it is with the money, because with money, we can do so much. Because, I mean, like you said, they know, they don't care. But if your pocketbook, if we're bringing down the economy where they cannot exist and hide the way they're hiding, then, we can bring them down. And one of the things that we have been talking about is really the emphasis of everyone can act by giving money. Of course, we've already posted the link. We're going to hear from Ken, but I would love to hear how important you think that is. Because what we have done at Project C, we, of course, we've been raising funds, but we really just started as the election was going. It's kind of like the road is still under construction while we're driving on it. And so this is the first time we've put together, in the past 3 weeks, Project C has put together a fundraising a team. We've started agendas at many different levels, but I really would like for you to speak on how so important that sacrifice is across the globe for our country or to bring down this government, because I personally think that money is what's going to do it. Because if we don't have the money to back what we're doing, and all other organizations, it's going to be hard to cripple them.
Definitely. Like in every conflict or war, as I consider now that we are at war against the regime, you need the two most important things are the money and communication. We don't have the public funds like they do. However, we have the people, and we should put those people into contribution. The best way to do that is to make them understand the importance of contributing, and to make them understand that every little helps. So some people are already out there and they have sacrificed themselves, like the president-elect who has left his home and everything, or like Anise Kane who left his life. However, not everyone can do that. So if we tell them, we know that you want change, we know that you want to contribute, but you don't know how to contribute, you want to be part of the change. So this is your part that you can be in the change. You can contribute like this. The flip side to that is that when people contribute, they want to know and they want to see what money is doing, and they want to know that they haven't wasted the money. And that's where our accountability and responsibility comes in, as the initiators and deciders of how the money will be used and what the money will be used for. To be honest with you, most people I've spoken to, and this is going from, say, activists like myself to the ordinary people in Cameroon, most people are saying they are ready to contribute if they know that the regime will go. And I'll be even more open. I don't know where this is recorded or where this will go, but this is a truth that everyone is saying, and I'm not afraid to say it. People say to me, show me where they are contributing for weapons and I'll give my money. Because they know that only force can remove those people. They know that there is no longer way for politics or law in Cameroon. They know that the regime has shown brutality at every level, and only brutality will remove them. That's what people believe, and that's what they say. If you listen to live videos all day long on TikTok or Facebook, this is not only the expression of frustration, but it is a honest observation of the political scene in Cameroon since at least 2018, where politicians have launched legal procedures against the regime. Time and time again, 28 procedures for Maurice Kamto and the CRM, the Constitutional Council that only knows one word. People lost faith in the judiciary system and the political system in Cameroon. Hence, the president-elect said, FSNC is not going to any elections, and this is what people believe. We believe now that elections are useless in Cameroon in the present context. We believe that there's no justice in Cameroon. We believe that no trial can succeed if it's not for the regime. So how can we remove them without with all the means that they are controlling? There's no way. And Cameroonians also saw the people, because the other thing that I wanted to highlight is that before 2025, people were saying Cameroonians are cowards. Cameroonians cannot go out in the streets to claim. Cameroonians are too scared. But this year, so Cameroonians are kids, my daughter's age, being out and say they want justice, they want their voice to be heard, they want the truth from the polling stations to be reinstated. We saw them, and we also saw them being killed like chicken. we saw kids being pulled out of school to be brought to jail. So how can we possibly remove those people out of power if we are relying on their own justice system, army, security system? How can we possibly do that when we already know that they don't care and they are ready to kill every Cameroonian who is standing in their way? So this is what Cameroonians are saying to us. This is what people in the diaspora are saying to us.
It is true.
Say to me, I'm ready to put in the pot at even 2,000 euros every month if I know that that money will be used for what I said.
So literally, they're saying, I will put money if you would deliver Shiroma to the, and we know that we're taking this government down. If we know that that's what they're going to give, whatever it takes. And that's fair. We've heard that. That is fair. And that's why we're having the conversations.
Yeah. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you. I mean, and I keep encouraging anyone, if you want to see change in Cameroon, do what you can wherever you are to play your part. And that's how we get change. There are many ways to skin a cat, to say, many ways to skin a cat. We will play our part and ask everyone everywhere to play their part. And the little that you give makes a huge difference. Your time, your dime, your voice, action, all of that is what will lead to the outcome that we want for Cameroon. Never, never give up, never lose hope. And because the end of the regime is near, that we need to be mobilized, we need to be engaged, we need to be united like we've never been before. We need to work together, walk in each other's shoes. A Bensikin driver's pain is my pain. A teacher who has not been paid's pain is my pain. Every sector of society, trade unions, lawyers, doctors, musicians, we've not seen the voices of musicians in this struggle as strong as we would have wanted it to be. But maybe this is the opportunity. I know we have the legendary Tala André Marie, who is here with us, who is lending his platform, his voice to the struggle. And I'm using this as an introduction so that we get an indication on who is working with Tala André Marie's phone to indicate, because we don't have his name on it, but we know that he's on the Zoom. Let's have the legendary Tala André Marie, who joined this conversation and really talk about how the arts can play a role in this struggle, can tell and create a narrative that is needed at this moment. Donc j'invite Tala André Marie, qui doivent être avec quelqu'un, à indiquer sur quel nom ou téléphone il utilise pour qu'on puisse l'inviter à participer. On est informé qu'il est présent et on va lui passer la parole tout de suite. And I'm not sure who that is, but I'm asking the Project C team to be looking out for that, so that immediately we get that connection with Tala André Marie's team. He can come on and really share, bring his voice to this conversation. And whilst
they just need to unmute themselves, they're going to be able to do that. So just let us know if you're here on mute, or just type in the name you're of which he's on, so that we can allow him access. I think Radio lifted that.
Elizabeth and Ari, let me just step out and talk to Dr. André Marie and get the name, because he's on it, but I don't know, maybe it's iPhone or something. Well, let me just step back. I'll be right back.
Yes, and while we're doing that, I'd like to bring Ken Tendo, because to talk about the money. You know, we've talked about the emphasis on that, and while you know, Sandy Boston brought something up that was really important. She talked about people want to have something passionate to contribute to, and you know, I really was lost for words, you know, Sandy, because it's something that I have heard. I know it's real. You know, I almost feel like we need to talk about it. And, you know, it's kind of like when you're playing cards sometime, and then you have that red card, which could be the joker. And you're like, let me, you know, I'm going to play that at the right time. As much as I'm not insinuating that, because Project C is not here planning coups, but when the people are frustrated, things are going to continuously morph. And we had something, people were saying, when there's a coalition, the people saying we can give 20,000, this can happen. Well, we have a candidate that we know was most popular, elected, nothing happened. And then I was saying, if there's a military to take over, we're going to give money. You know, I do want to say that as much as I know a lot of us want this to change, and we know that we're going to have some casualties, we've already had enough blood. I want to use the opportunity, and I really have been thinking about this. How do I say this? Saying, you know, it is easy. And again, we're coming as a people who have not built a country before. This is the first time we're having the opportunity as a people to build our country. We're having the opportunity in a time when technology has come to evolutionize politics. We cannot refuse that. We've come a time when the web power has become social media. We've seen countries brought down because of social media, and maybe there was not as much bloodshed as they could have been. Cameroon is a very unique position, and in order for us not to just go fight and clean up the place and resurrect and have the next 30, 40 years to build a country because people were wiped out, we've lost generations, and we know the majority of the generation in our country, the future is depending on those 18 and 35. So I want us to ask ourselves the difficult question: is this right? Is this correct? Are we insinuating? Who is the generation saying, I will put up this money? You know, I dare to say that, you know, 50 plus, they're in my age group, 50 plus and above. And my question is, let's think, is this the right thing to do right now? Have we used up all the resources? I don't think so. I think that we have not even risen as a people yet. If we put money where we can pay people so that they're not losing money, they can eat food, they can be normal, and they can be out, and there's Vilmos, and we're ready to sacrifice, we can bring this fragile economy down, which is already dying. You know, so I am saying this to appeal to our senses, that if we're waiting for some kind of a guarantee, waiting for who to do that? When is that going to take? We really need to. And like Ari said, what can we do now? What, you know, we always should be concerned about what we're in control of. And so what we're in control of right now is that what we're doing, we have Sandy, we have Armelle, who is already with Shiroma. So we have firsthand information. This is not even when we're doubting. Everybody is informed right now. And if you're not, you can be informed. But, you know, the key, please, let's hear, I'm going to pass it on to Ken. We need money. I mean, we've already done a lot, because we would not have even gotten this far have they not been people contributing to buy tickets for people to fly from Cameroon to go for the press conference. Have we not been able to pay, and I know because we drove that, to be able to pay for this conference to hold where it held, it would not have the attention. And I think Armelle said that before. Shiroma is doing exactly what he needs to do, because the diplomatic coalitions, and it's almost like weaving a cloth together, you know? And so to go fight is easy, it's a reaction. A better pro-reaction is strategic, calculative actions, which is collective. And, you know, we can have that right now. So I'm really appealing to our senses. How can we focus and change the conversation? So, Kenny, before I bring you on, I'm going to have Armelle to just talk about this because, you know, we as activists, there's a form of radicality that I would not erase that off the table, absolutely. But I'm saying, do we have an option and things we can do now, Armelle, that can change? Have we exhausted ourselves, and that can and we can change things faster than it seems? Please, thank you. I think you're muted. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that up to this point, a lot has been done already, but we still have a long way to go. And as you rightly say, anything that people can do that will help this situation is welcome. Because we have to join hands. This is not a one-man's business. We are talking about a nation. We are talking about a matter that concerns the future of all Cameroonians, and all of us are needed. That is what President Chiroma's kept on saying, even during in the campaign trail. He was saying that he needs all Cameroonians. He needs as many Cameroonians as possible. And you know that in this post-electoral crisis, you have the formal communication. I am in the formal and official communication. There are things that I cannot express in the air because I don't know whether Eric Chinje told you, we have been having meetings with a few influencers, those who were available. We chose to set up that platform as an interface between the team, the closer team around President Chiroma, and the influencers that are there, doing the amplifying the voice of the president, and they also have the freedom to voice out what President Chiroma or people like us will not dare, because you know that these rascals in Yaoundé, they listen to us and they are out to pick anything that will help them, and then they will distort it and even cause it to mean something that we did not say. So what I'm saying is that people like Sandy de Boston, who is here, she will say things that I, Armelle, will not be able to say, even if I can agree with her. So Cameroonians are mature enough, because what people were saying before this election, Cameroonians were being mocked around the world, especially in Africa. If you remember, when Gbagbo started hitting the scene there in Ivory Coast, and Ivorians came out in numbers, they were demonstrating. They have posters that were saying that we are not Cameroonians. Here in Ivory Coast, the people speak. The people come out and they express themselves. They are not cowards, and they are not fearful like Cameroonians. I think that Cameroonians are fighters. They have shown this also their history timeline. They are fighters, and they are bold enough, and they are mature, as I said. So many Cameroonians are taking initiative. They have been doing things here and there. And I know that many are willing also. As you rightly said, at times the real issue is money. And what I want to say is that the diaspora that we represent is very, very key, very critical in this fight. Because here in the diaspora, you can express yourself, you can do so many things, you can contribute to all these fundraising that is being carried out by many people, influencers, and even, I think that Eric Chije also told you about the fundraising for victims, to support families, to support those who have been jailed, to support those who are bereaved back there at home, because people do, and they are still arresting Cameroonians. They are still arresting citizens as we are talking here. The arrests are still going on. So what they do is that for people who are injured, we have heard reports that they take them to hospitals, but no, they receive no care. They are just lying there on the floor. So I think that anything that can be done is welcome. I will also take this opportunity to tell our sister Sandy the Boston, maybe you have not had time to attend the meetings that we have been having with influencers. If you can make an effort, because very soon we will have one. We know that time is money, and that you have your job, you have your children, you have so many responsibilities. But if you can stop by there on the platform the next time we are meeting, because there it is a private group, it is not open as here on Project C. Maybe we have the opportunity to go deeper on certain issues. Yeah. Your mic.
Yes. Thank you so much. I really, we've had a lot of conversations, but today is so important because it's the work for the people. That's what, you know, Armelle, your presence here, Sandy, I know it's inspiring everyone. Please, and I'm compelling you guys again just to hang on. Ken, we're going to bring in, I think André Marie is here already. And I don't know if they can unmute, if they're on TAGE, Tanji or Tanji.
Tanya.
Okay, that's what that is. Okay. So if you can, if you can, I've just asked them to unmute. And I'm sending the signal. Very good.
Yes,
And can get on camera. You can get on camera if you choose to.
Because I'm outside of the house.
Okay.
That's the reason that my camera is not on. If not,
Okay.
I would have put my camera on.
Okay.
Anyway, I am sure many in this forum know who I am. My name is Jean Bosco Tanya, for those who don't know me. I am, Sandy knows me very well. Let me just say about that. Tala André Marie knows me very well, as you were calling his names, and many in here. I am the coordinator of the Cameroon Patriotic Diaspora. I'm sure you guys heard about this organization. I am a former student's parliament at the University of Yaoundé. Eric Chije knows me very well. I worked with him when I worked with Kamdiak, and we had our late brother journalist Pius Njawe. We came and died here in Washington, D.C. I am the one who organized the Kamdiak conference here in 2010 when he came and died with Gerandi Mbara and all the political leaders like the late Ndamjoya, Frundi, and so on and so forth. So it's just a brief description to say I'm someone who is well known in the diaspora and in the community with the activity that we do. I was invited to join this meeting. I gladly accepted, but unfortunately, I am not at home. If not, I would have put the video on. So I'm sorry about that. So I listened to several things that people were saying. is very, very grateful and enhancing. I am so happy Cameroonians are talking. I am so happy many groups are being put in place so that we can chat and find solutions to liberate our country. We are dealing with the worst dictator that ever exists on this planet. And I, as an individual, and we as a group, we have been fighting this dictatorship for the past 50 years. I started very young as a student at the Yaoundé University. Until now, we are still fighting the same dictatorship, and that same dictatorship is still there. If you look very well...
Jean Bosco, thank
yes.
you.
Je suis en ligne. Hein, donc.
Oh, okay,
Tala, André.
Okay.
Okay, great. This is good.
Okay.
Jean Bosco, we're coming to you. Please don't go anywhere.
If I may say one or two things before my elder brother Tala can talk. One thing that I would like him and us to know is that he needs to be protected. He lives in Cameroon and in Europe, as you guys know, and we know how this regime is extremely terrible. We need to protect him. We have to be very careful of what he said, because whatever we say here is out there. And there are people that should be exposed. And that's the reason he intervened, because he heard my voice. And what I wanted to say, I will let you guys take him. But if I have a chance, you guys should give me the floor so that I can tell you guys exactly what I wanted to tell you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
We will definitely do that. Yes, important.
Je peux parler en français?
Yes.
Oui, absolument.
Absolutely.
Ok. Donc, le mouvement qui s'exprime pour essayer de libérer les Camerounais, faire en sorte que notre pays puisse rejoindre d'autres, des pays qui se développent à vue d'œil, comme le Maroc, le Sénégal, la Côte d'Ivoire, l'île Maurice, Cap-Vert et d'autres. C'est juste que quand on parcourt notre pays et qu'on se rend compte que les ventes emportées sont partout et que tout ce qui compte, c'est boire et s'oublier, et qu'on a même réussi à placer ces ventes emportées dans les universités. Alors, je ne vois pas quel peut être le rapprochement entre la bière, non pas pour se désaltérer, mais pour faire la concurrence. Je ne vois pas sa place au sein des étudiants qui demain prendront le relève et essayer de faire avancer notre pays. Tout ce qui se passe dans d'autres pays, nous avons honte quand on voyage, quand on foule le sol de la Côte d'Ivoire, leur aéroport, le Sénégal, leur aéroport, au Maroc, j'y étais, le train, le TGV, les routes, tout nous rend malheureux parce que nous n'avons pas eu ça chez nous. Alors que le Camerounais, partout où il se trouve, il est brave, il travaille, il fait des efforts pour honorer la peau noire et celle des Africains, celle des Camerounais en particulier. Donc, j'espère que les Camerounais vont comprendre que personne ne viendra les sortir de là où ils sont. C'est eux. On peut venir porter secours à quelqu'un, mais si ton problème est sérieux, c'est toi qui commences. Quand la maison de quelqu'un brûle, tu commences avec tes enfants, ta famille, à sortir les affaires avant que le quartier ne vienne t'aider. Tu ne peux pas sortir et rester dans la cour ou fuir, dire que tu fuis le feu et penser qu'on va sauver tes affaires. Non. Alors, je pense que tous ceux qui ne veulent pas entendre les autres s'exprimer, l'arme, je crois que le président actuel avait dit qu'on n'a pas besoin de rentrer dans le maquis pour s'exprimer. C'est à ce titre que je rejoins ce mouvement et que je fais cette sortie pour dire que je crois que nous avons assez souffert. Je pense que quand un pays comme le nôtre est le deuxième fournisseur des émigrés au Canada et que le premier, c'est la Chine, d'où vient-il qu'un pays de 30 millions d'habitants fasse concurrence avec un pays d'1,5 milliard? Croyez-vous que c'est normal? Non. Ça veut dire que les enfants que j'ai croisés en Algérie, les enfants que j'ai croisés au Maroc, ils sont venus vers moi spontanément. Je leur ai posé des tas de questions que je ne peux pas développer ici. Mais chacun a dit, tel que ça se passe, nous préférons mourir. Ceux qui vont avoir la chance vont avoir la chance. Ceux qui vont rester dans l'eau vont rester. Alors, tout ceci, c'est pour qu'on puisse donner cette chance. Qu'on puisse donner cette chance aux enfants qui sont ici, qui ne désespèrent plus, que leurs études puissent leur permettre d'évoluer dans notre société d'abord. Et s'ils aspirent à aller ailleurs, mais que ce ne soit pas tout le monde qui cherche à partir, que nous puissions former des jeunes pour qu'ils développent notre pays. Et moi, personnellement, j'espère, dans mon domaine, je crois que j'ai fait mes preuves, j'ai fait ce qu'il fallait. Tout ce que j'ai gagné, j'ai remis dans la musique parce que je pense qu'une phrase bien formée avec une belle mélodie peut rester et traverser le temps sans ride. C'est ce que j'ai fait depuis que je chante, depuis 55 ans. Et malheureusement, nous ne voyons pas les droits d'auteur. Aucun artiste au Cameroun ne peut faire un projet de 30 millions, de 10 millions, même de 5 millions et prétendre aller voir la société de droits d'auteur pour qu'on puisse le soutenir. Ça, c'est une honte pour nous. Ne serait-ce que pour cette cause-là. Je défends bec et ongle et je rejoins le groupe qui cherche à faire en sorte qu'il y ait un mieux vivre, que les Camerounais ne puissent pas sortir partout avec un complexe tel qu'ils ne peuvent pas honorer, tel que... bref, ça se voit que nous avons besoin de quelque chose avant que Dieu nous aide. Il faudrait qu'un plus grand nombre puisse comprendre que c'est d'abord nous. C'est d'abord nous. Pour que ça change, pour qu'un village soit propre, chacun doit balayer devant sa cour. Donc, voilà à peu près en quelques mots ce que j'allais dire pour ma participation pour ce débat. Excuse-moi de t'avoir coupé, Jean Bosco. C'est juste parce que depuis tout à l'heure, ma fille qui était en train de manipuler n'était pas là. Et quand elle est venue, je ne voulais plus qu'elle reparte sans que je ne puisse dire ce que je suis en train de dire là. Donc, j'embrasse tous ceux qui sont en ligne, tous ceux qui permettent que l'espoir puisse, qu'on puisse garder espoir pour un Cameroun meilleur. Voilà. Je vous remercie tous.
Merci beaucoup. That was the legendary Tala André Marie, who I think as far back as 1974 or 75 had the song Je vais à Yaoundé, la capitale. That Yaoundé that Tala André Marie sang of and hoped of has never really been realized, has never realized the potential that Tala André Marie had imagined at the time. Nous voulons tous aller à Yaoundé. Mais un Yaoundé qui est prospère, un Yaoundé qui rayonne, un Yaoundé qui représente la capitale des 30 millions de Camerounais. Parce que le Yaoundé qu'on connaît, le Yaoundé que vous avez espéré d'aller dans cette chanson, on n'a pas toujours réussi à avoir cette Yaoundé. Nous rêvons toujours. Et votre présence ici nous honore et ça nous confortise, qu'on est tous ensemble, on travaille pour la même cause, un Cameroun qui ouvre des opportunités à tous ses enfants.
Oui, je suis d'accord.
Merci beaucoup. And if there's a follow-up question for Tala André Marie, we can take a follow-up question if there's anyone who has one for him now that we have him. But la question que moi j'avais pour vous, vous savez, on a des milliers de musiciens camerounais qui, en ce moment, peuvent jouer un rôle pour pour le Cameroun que nous voulons tous. Est-ce que vous avez des conseils à donner à des jeunes artistes camerounais qui font partie de la société civile de Cameroun? Vrai qu'ils ont un métier comme nous tous, mais chacun de nous a un rôle à jouer pour le Cameroun que nous voulons tous.
Mon cher frère, la question que vous posez est c'est une question personnelle. C'est une question d'engagement personnel. C'est un peu comme la religion. Je crois que beaucoup ont le même sentiment, mais ils ne veulent pas oser pour des miettes. Les gens n'ont pas compris que si on avait arrangé mieux le Cameroun, si tu gagnais 100 francs aujourd'hui, dans 5, 10 ans, tu pourras gagner facilement 10 fois, 20 fois, puisque on a quand même constaté beaucoup de vols, beaucoup de désordres, beaucoup de choses que nous n'approuvons pas, que nous n'aimons pas, mais on n'arrive pas à dénoncer. Et puis les gens sont comme sourds. Les gens sont comme si ils nous narguent. C'est-à-dire que le chien aboie, la caravane passe. Alors, les gens ont tellement pris de l'argent qu'ils pensent que cela suffit pour que tous les autres puissent être heureux. Moi, je suis quelqu'un qui faufile dans la société. Je vois la peine des mamans, des jeunes, la peine, comment le Camerounais, quand l'État écrase les gens avec les impôts, eux aussi, ils écrasent les citoyens. Et c'est comme ça que la vie est dure tous les jours, que les gens n'arrivent plus à manger à leur faim parce que beaucoup d'impôts et que les gens veulent manger, les gens veulent vivre, les gens veulent respirer. Et le préalable, c'est de l'eau propre. Dans toutes nos villes, l'eau manque. Moi, j'étais à Batouri, j'étais à Bertois, partout. On coupe l'eau, on coupe l'électricité, on coupe l'eau, on coupe l'électricité. Nous souhaitons que cela puisse s'arranger pour une vie beaucoup plus paisible pour l'ensemble des Camerounais. Pour les musiciens, chacun doit sentir en lui le besoin de s'exprimer. Il y a quelques-uns qui s'expriment, mais ce n'est pas suffisant. J'espère qu'ils pourront s'exprimer davantage et montrer que ça ne va pas.
Merci. Ça ne va pas. C'est la réalité. Ça ne va pas au Cameroun. And Eddie, I'm not sure where we go. Are we going to take Jean Bosco to finish his thought?
Sandy was having something to say.
Oh, Sandy.
Yes.
Merci, papa André
Marie. Oui.
Vraiment, je tenais à vous faire cet hommage parce que vous êtes quelqu'un qui a une carrière artistique, musicale accomplie. Vous avez donné dans la musique, comme vous avez dit. Tout ce que vous avez gagné, vous l'avez remis dans la musique. Et aujourd'hui, à la fleur de votre âge, avec tout votre vécu, toute votre expérience, vous vous mettez dans une position militante presque pour demander des meilleures conditions pour vos enfants. Dans la situation socio-culturelle camerounaise, c'est quelque chose de rare. Je le dis parce que je suis l'une de celles qui ont boycotté les artistes en diaspora pendant de longues années. On les boycottait pourquoi? Parce qu'on estimait que l'artiste est le porte-voix du peuple qui souffre. L'artiste est élevé par le peuple. Lorsque vous sortez une chanson, c'est le peuple qui élève cette chanson, qui danse au son de cette chanson. Donc, en retour, l'artiste pouvait aussi exprimer les souffrances du peuple. On a donc constaté que nos artistes se contentaient de fermer leur bouche, de prendre des perdièmes et vivre leur petite vie avec les petits strapontins qu'on leur donne. Conséquence, comme vous avez dit, ils n'ont pas de droit d'auteur et on les voit mourir dans la misère.
Oui.
À l'heure actuelle,
le confirmer.
Racine Sagat qui est en train de mourir dans la misère la plus absolue.
Oui.
Et donc,
oui.
Aujourd'hui une icône de la musique, pas seulement camerounaise, mais africaine, avec une carrière riche, remplie, qui se retourne et dit Mes enfants ne méritent pas de vivre ainsi. À ma manière et à mon niveau, je porterai ma voix pour que les choses changent. Je vous dis merci, papa. Et je vous dis que nous allons nous assurer que la générosité d'âme dont vous faites preuve vous soit retournée au centuple par le peuple. Partout où vous passerez, nous allons vous élever. Nous allons vous honorer. Et nous allons nous assurer que votre héritage soit relaté de la façon la plus fidèle. Merci,
Merci
papa.
beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Vous savez, ce que vous dites me touche d'autant plus que j'ai vu beaucoup d'artistes mourir. C'est bien d'aller chanter, faire des soirées, puis qu'on vient peut-être remettre une médaille à titre posthume. Mais quelqu'un comme Ekambi a souffert de la prostate. Si ce monsieur avait seulement la possibilité d'aller dans des bonnes conditions, dans un pays où on pouvait lui enlever cette prostate et soigner, des spécialistes soignés, il serait encore en vie. Je ne vais pas citer beaucoup d'autres. Beaucoup. Et il n'y a pas de... Ceux qui mangent à leur faim, c'est-à-dire capables de prendre un petit déjeuner normal, sont rares et peuvent se compter sur les doigts d'une main. Ils se débrouillent. Mais tout le monde a vu comment la Côte d'Ivoire a émergé, comment le Nigeria a battu les Congolais et a instauré une musique qu'on danse partout. Quelqu'un, un artiste nigérian, même une malienne qui vient d'arriver il y a moins de 5 ans, enfin je ne connais pas sa carrière, mais j'ai suivi, elle a rempli le Stade de France quand elle a lancé un spectacle au Stade de France qui fait 80 000 places. Elle a rempli en moins de 2 semaines, les 3 jours. Mais où sont les Camerounais? Où sont les Camerounais? En football, on était le Brésil de l'Afrique. Ne participe pas 7 fois à la Coupe du Monde. Qui veut, c'est qui peut. Alors, tout ça est en train de finir comme de l'essence au soleil. La musique, il y avait une rubrique du Makossa il y a 40 ans dans toutes les boîtes black du monde entier. Tout est parti en fumée. Il ne reste plus rien. Alors, mon rêve, c'est de voir ça avant de mourir. Qu'on puisse refaire la musique camerounaise. Il y a des très bons musiciens. Vous savez, les meilleurs bassistes, depuis un certain temps au monde, sortent du Cameroun. Alors, pourquoi tout le monde voit ça sauf les Camerounais? Pourquoi? Ce soir, on devrait avoir une école de basse ici, une école de musique avérée pour inonder l'Afrique et montrer que nous sommes bons. Est-ce qu'il y a ça? Non. J'ai des idées. Je veux faire des choses. Peut-être que je vous verrai en privé pour vous en parler, puisque je suppose que Jean Bosco peut avoir vos coordonnées ou Eric, et pour vous dire amplement les ambitions qui sont les miennes au moment où je pense que j'ai donné, je crois que je peux donner encore différemment si Dieu me donne quelques jours. Il faut que le Cameroun retrouve sa place musicalement. Il y avait 300 salles, plus de 300 salles de cinéma. Il ne reste pas une seule. Ouais, que ça vaut la peine de pleurer. Merci, madame. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Eric, did you want to come in? And I see that you would, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, thanks, André. I just wanted to thank André, Marie, because I know he's in Cameroon and he was hesitant coming, but he wanted to say what he just said, and he thought Cameroon should not scare him from, the authorities in Cameroon would not scare him from taking the position that he has taken. Donc, André Marie, je reviens pour te remercier d'abord pour avoir accepté. Tu es au Cameroun, ça pose ce que ça pose comme danger, mais tu tenais absolument à nous parler. Tu as dit ce qu'il fallait dire, et comme a dit Sandy, on est avec toi.
Merci.
Il ne faut pas, surtout ce projet que tu as, il faut en parler à Jean Bosco, à Sandy, à Elisabeth, Arré, à nous tous ici, Ken qui est là. Il faut qu'on sache et qu'on voit ensemble comment nous pouvons tout soutenir, parce que je sais que ce que tu as au cœur, ce que tu as en tête, c'est pour le pays, c'est pour le Cameroun, c'est pour la jeunesse, c'est pour nous donner cet espoir que tout le monde est en train de perdre. Donc, merci d'être là. Je suis sûr que quand on aura besoin de toi encore, tu y seras. Mais s'il te plaît, reste avec nous un peu. Peut-être il y aura d'autres personnes qui ont des questions. Donc, ne pars pas encore. Reste avec nous un peu. Et on n'a encore pas beaucoup de temps, peut-être une demi-heure max. On aura le temps de...
Okay.
Okay, Eric, back to you, please.
Thank you very much, Eric. I'm going to first, let's have almost like a commercial break with Ken.
Yes.
And after that, we'll go to Jean Bosco Tanya.
Patrick was waiting on also. Patrick, we see you.
Yeah.
Okay, Ken.
Okay, wow. So commercial break. I mean, coming after André, Mary, Tala, I think that's just perfect, right? So, guys, today is a very, very important meeting, and it's very uplifting. And it's uplifting for many reasons, but I'll go directly to one. I'll be remiss without saying that this is the last weekend before Christmas, right? So I'm going to speak directly to diasporans here. We've heard a lot about, all big initiatives, what is needed, the strategies that we need to adopt, where all options are on the table. And we've heard the demand and the cry for Cameroonians saying, just show me where, and I'll put the money. So I will say it this way, as part of Project C and being part of the fundraising committee, which is really only a 3-week-old team, the optimism is mind-blowing. And here's why. At this critical time, especially this weekend that I'm talking about here, most Cameroonians in the diaspora, if times were normal, would already be or traveling to Cameroon to go spend Christmas with their loved ones, with their family. That's true. That's a fact. And I think the number that was thrown out earlier, about 4 or 5 million Cameroonians in diaspora, think about how much money we regularly went home and spent and what that did to the Cameroonian economy. When I say it's optimistic because, guys, the future is very, very bright, and the light at the end of the tunnel is very, very clear and getting bigger and bigger every day. So my question to you is this: what would you give, or could you give, if you could make it normal and be in Cameroon to spend Christmas? And if we let's just do dollars and cents. The average Cameroonian will probably be spending anywhere from $1,200 to $1,500 just on air tickets to go round trip to Cameroon, right? Let's not even talk about how much money we would spend if we were there. So my challenge to you today is, what would you do to invest starting today? So next year, by this time, we are all in Cameroon celebrating a new regime, a new president, a new Cameroon, where we are all as one people, one nation, French, English, whatever it is, together. The Cameroon that we want to see. We've heard mention Morocco, other African countries where Cameroonians recently have visited, and they look at their airports. We all have gone back to Cameroon at one point or another while we're in the diaspora and walk into those airports, and I cannot even believe. We can't even bring our friends, some of our family members, some of us who are married, non-Cameroonians. How do we even bring them? We're ashamed to go back into Cameroon. But guess what? We can make that Cameroon what we want it to be. So the investment I'm talking to you about, guys, is this. We've made it very simple. We have a QR code. You can easily scan, and you can start your investment today by $100 commitment per month. So that within the next 12 months, that money is paid for, and now you can afford your ticket, you can be in Cameroon, and we can enjoy next Christmas together. Just think about $1,200 for the 4 million diasporans out there. $100 a month. How much money that would be to support the journalists on the ground, to pay for medical bills for those who are hurt, who are in ground zero, to help support the Ben Skinners, the truckers. Just think about it this way. We talk about how the whole transporter thing did not work out. But think about it, if we had a transport union and we were able to get together and say, guys, do not transport a single good anywhere from the Douala port for 1 month, and we're going to take care of your salaries. You want to talk about things that will cripple and crumble this regime? That's just one little example. But that will be very possible with our $100 a month commitment. Guys, I'm talking about peanut money for us in the diaspora. Somebody made a statement earlier. I think it was Sandy or Armelle who said, Cameroonians are strong and they're powerful people. In the diaspora, we have people in strong positions in companies, doctors, lawyers, engineers, nurses, in all walks of life, doing amazing things. And these Cameroonians are investing in other parts of Cameroon, in Africa. They're building houses everywhere else but Cameroon. But I guarantee you, we would rather invest that money in our country and make our future and our kids' future what we want, and what we know it's going to be. So I'm not going to spend too much time here and talk to you guys. I just want to simplify it. It's Christmas time. It's the last weekend before Christmas. I urge you guys to give yourself your early Christmas present by investing in yourself and your future by committing $100 a month over the next 12 months. This committee, you're going to be hearing a lot about us in your communities. We're going to be there. We're going to be present. We're going to come begging. We're going to come asking. But today, please don't get off this phone. Don't get off this call without making that commitment. You guys are all here listening to this call today because you guys have all identified the fact that we are all stake, right? We all have a stake in here. And we have to make that commitment, starting with each and every one of us, starting with me, you, everybody else you know, your sisters, your brothers, your whoever it is, friends, Cameroonians, non-Cameroonians. We're just asking for $100 commitment per month. Get on the QR code, share with your friends. You can get on the Project C website. There's many easy ways for you to make this commitment, and let's get to where we want to get to and be able to realize the Cameroon that we all know we can realize. Thank you all and I look forward to your contributions.
Kenny, thank you so much. It's, sometimes we're so used to, if it's not complicated and hard, we don't listen to it and we think it's not possible. But we find out, you worry about something, and then the answer just comes as simple. And that's what you're making us see. This is simple. And, one of the things in Project C, I must say, we've raised money in parties. Maybe it was SDF, RMRC, whatever, because we're together, right? Again, listen to me, it's that little tribi thing. It's that tribal. We're used to that. We were built up for that to protect our tribal groups, is the Bamileke, is the Metal group, whatever. We have contributed money. We have made commitments, but we've never made commitments as a country. That's why this feels different. That's why this feels odd. But it is the place that we need to be putting out money. So thanks, Ken, because I'm thinking there is a mantra as we're talking to people. We should be there to say, have you given your 100? Oh, what are you talking about? Yeah, have you given your 100? We need to reverse the thinking and bring money. We need to be daring and bold, because I don't care what houses we build in Cameroon. I have friends who built houses in the village they cannot go to. Right now, this Christmas, they cannot take their children there. And if they're going somewhere, maybe they have to pay all these people. Who wants that life? But I have friends in Rwanda who just go. Some of them work there. My sister went to Kenya and was working in Kenya, and she doesn't even live in Kenya. We cannot say that about Cameroon. So Kenny, what I got from you today, where's your $100? It's a deal. Where's your $100? We should all be practicing. Where's your $100? You give your 100, where's your, don't discuss with people if they're not giving $100, because they don't have, what Cameroon are they talking? It's like here we say, if you're not voting, then don't talk. Because if you're not going out to put your vote in America, then you've already said, I am not going to participate as a citizen. Here in the diaspora, if you don't give your 100, then, you know, I'm not having a discussion with you. This is the boldness that Armelle talked about. Sandy, we can see in her. It is the boldness on what we need to do. We're going to move forward. There is really quickly, we want to hear from CY. Many of you know CY. He's also another influencer that brings into our homes through our phones a lot of jokes and fun. But I've had the privilege and honor during this time to really have conversations that, guys, I don't know if we're feeling like a family, just being here with Armelle, with Sandy, you know, Monsieur André, you know, it's amazing. I hope we're understanding what this is as Cameroonians. It's not through a screen. It's something we don't even hear. We're coming together as a family. We're coming together as a people. There's power in that. And so I have had the privilege to speak with people that I just never would have known. And the intelligence in Cameroon, I'm telling you, it's like the soil that is rich with all the uranium, diamond, all we've been blessed with. And I would tell you that CY is one of them. The sacrifice where he could just continue being numb, as we're talking about entertainer Sandy, and just focus on that. He chose to be engaged and cannot help himself, and his life is in danger. He has moved into another country, leaving his wife and 4 children, but yet still has so much to say. This is what it is about. So, CY, we're so happy to have you here. Thank you so much for your time. I know that it was some technological situation, but you never give up. You made it in. We are going to have you just speak briefly, then we'll go back to a few other people and we'll come back. We're here for the discussion. We know that we have a few minutes left, but we know that we can do this maybe in the next 30 minutes. So please go ahead. I know you said you had for
yes, thank you, Sister Elizabeth, and I hope you're getting me.
Yes.
I'm also greetings and much respect first to senior to my father Eric Chinje, and my father too, Tala André Marie. It's a great privilege to be part of this conversation. And like I used to say, the decision to be an activist is not something you can just wake up in the morning and just inherit it. I think it's a calling, because if somebody like me, I'm a stand-up comedian, a good one, a comic artist, and I can decide to be fighting for the things I think can better Cameroon. Is not easy. It's not just an easy task or easy decision. Honestly, I have a lot in my stomach, because as somebody who has traveled around the world, I can tell you, seeing Cameroon, it's I can say it's a fat disgrace. And I will tell you, the regime is a curse to our nation. It's a big curse. I will repeat that in the morning, in the afternoon, and even in the dream. Because why? If sometimes it baffles me when you hear a Cameroonian want to say, what about Equatorial Guinea? What about this other country? This is a nation. Cameroon is a nation that has been top of Africa and one of the most popular in the world. That has becoming that's the last in the list today. You hear, like my father, Tala André Marie, was talking. If he is here, I would like him to really, I would like to meet him, to know me well, because this is the man. I am that person who made so many foreign artists to be stopped from Cameroon because of my voice. This is the man who created the 80-20 campaign. Okay. I would like for talk for Pidgin. I would like for talk for Pidgin.
Well, I said we're broken down. Maybe people will connect.
Yes, I want to put that for Pidgin. Now, the man this way, he create 80-20 campaign for saying, make we valorize our culture 80% and foreign 20%. I don't go through a lot. They don't spoil my name for things they want to know because the regime gets on his style. Cameroonians, they get on their way. Like I used to tell people where they say Cameroon overgets security. To me, Cameroon no get no security. Cameroon is security now, a system where it don't create them among Cameroonians the way they call and say system of discouragement and then gossip. Cameroon there for that level where now only me and you go spoil which way we don't build them for very long time. Cameroon now, when it comes to music, as Papa André Tala be the talk, it's a mess. I don't know if he understand pidgin. Now me I be that person where if you go rescue Mamangea will know, almighty Mamangea, one of the biggest, they know if he call 3 Cameroon female artists them for Cameroon. Who you know call Mamangea. Now me I be that person who I go discover Mamangea for a dying bed. I bring her for outside and people start contribute. But Mamangea no if you make them, they cut it too for them. It be finally passed on. So I get a lot for talk, but it is I did for year now for make Cameroonians them make them see reason why they get for be part of this fight. Because plenty Cameroonians them they no know say they get for stand up for change Cameroon. They don't make Cameroonians them don't reach for that level where they know say every wrong they right. You know what it means say for 21st century people they celebrate say they don't put ground for some pothole, say they don't finally fill some pothole. They celebrate say hooray, they don't last fill that pothole. You know what it means say for 21st century some president don't be for power for some country for 43 years, and then if people they celebrate electric transformer. You know what it means say some president don't be for 43 years if people they celebrate borehole for water. People they celebrate say, oh, finally light don't come, finally internet don't come. It's a gross disgrace. And now as I talk for you, it don't be for level way Cameroonians them their bad road they used to, so much so that if you can't fix on small site they go shout and celebrate so badly. So I the one make Cameroonians the way they listen to me say, honestly, I want make Wuna know say would they live now for some graveyard for that country. So all of us, this thing now some fight way, na me, na you, na everybody they involved for this fight. And they always talk them. If diaspora they cut their finger today say they no get nothing for do with Cameroon. Cameroon no get 73 hours, it go fall like some garbage camp. Because Cameroon now, as I talk for now, the richest people for Cameroon, na civil servant. If you want to see some BB motorway, some man the driver, na civil servant. If you want to see some BB house, na civil servant. And then if you want to see number 2 again, na diaspora. Business people, they no get no chance for Cameroon. No chance. Because why? There is nothing to facilitate business people in the country. No road to facilitate business, no electricity to facilitate business, no internet. Now the whole world it be digitalized. Where I can tell you nobody will succeed for business now we know they for digital world. But how people will succeed for business if the digital world is not functioning in Cameroon? This is so terrible. Everybody need for know. Even farmers then. People they excel now for digital farming. Where if it be say we will not get them, how you farmer you say you go excel. So you get for understand say this thing concern all we no mind so you chop your macabo cocoa today. You say that is all. If trust me, if we get the best road, let there macabo cocoa, you go the chop and times 5 for one day. So before I want go to the next talk, I want me every Cameroonian way they listening to me now would the fight na some fight way for our children them for tomorrow. And I want to tell you, say, if they want call countries them for the world, may they no fool una because una never ever go there. Cameroon na last cocoa. Una no mind that story where someone they go one pretend tell una say, oh, CD1, Cameroon, for a name. Maybe Cameroonians they don't know. Cameroon a country where before Amadou Ahidjo, the one go for America, president for America, they stand for under sun for 2 hours. The wait Ahidjo may land for aeroplane. Una if you imagine America president, the wait Cameroon president, may land, they stand for sun, they wait may can land for aeroplane. They want to talk for Palava aviation, Cameroon be #1. They want to talk Palava cinema, one of the biggest and first African actor where it trend for international. Na Cameroon actor, that is Alphonse Beni. So Cameroon be there for live. That is the first music, I can say the first ever music will be copied by the Western, where it go viral, where they one of the biggest songs there for today. It be copied from Cameroon, from who? Late Papa Manu Dibango. That's Mama Say, Mama Sa, Mama Makosa. So Cameroon make Africa become more popular with football when they be win Argentina. So how this great nation who can be na the one way it don't turn at the last Coco airport zero road nothing. So my friend come out go Cameroon the other day where he follow na woman for go do married. He go for Cameroon. He say, come on, man. Is this really Cameroon? From Douala airport to Kumba. The man cry, say, bro, come on. Even we, my Liberia friend, he say, even we Liberia, then we will be the camp for Cameroon, can't fight life in those days. Like George Weah, upon George Weah, he be run for war, can't fight life for Cameroon. Say, but bro, we don't have this anymore. You see, so I want me everybody know say now responsibility for work collectively for make this thing come to pass. Because trust me, our dream is to see that this regime give chance for other people for become power. No country, no day for the earth. No country, no day for the earth where don't maintain one president for this long way. Don't ever succeed economically. No one. Because all the papa them, they get now a cake mentality. They get that strong mentality where they don't know nothing where it concern the world. Because you know if you take some person where you know so you know if you take Panabita for can't control medicine, you know nothing for medicine. And when we get plenty diaspora, the way they out there when an expert, the way if you take just 10, bring up for Cameroon here, they go transform Cameroon economy. But if you get some papa, the way they don't block them, say no, they don't want national dual nationality, they don't want nothing. How you think say country if develop? So guys, I did just pray. Say more woke up. Me any man know say na Martin. No, she don't. On one day you begin laugh some people them. And I did pray too also. I did one beg the platform see. It always fine. More tell the people them who purpose for platform C, who plan and wait see where would he give one for people them as confidence say one achiever. It be very important because I don't get people the way they don't ask me this question 1 or 2 times. Say wait to be platform C, he purpose, wait to be mission. Wait to be mission, wait to where he really they out for. Now just normal organization for basically contribute money, for do how, wait to be that thing. Oh, if you take Cameroon and they say now mission this way, they feel whole like faith. Where they go the prayer, they go the meditate for them. Because if you don't get mission, trust me, people they don't know how they fit target prayer point. So he always find more the tell people they say, nothing this way would they out for. So una join we, even if una no fit drop money, una join we in prayers, una communicate with our ancestors, then maybe make we succeed this thing, it will change our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CY. Thank you for that. Your passionate Tory way on broker here today. As you be very right. Say we for Project C, we actually start this movement really for just help Cameroonians and make the best decision for the elections where it become. And we do everything we can for support them, for give them all the tools necessary for them for make that decision. And while we see how the election come out, Cameroonians they decide say that time for change. There will be things say change go happen, right? But it don't happen. So now we don't decide till we get to continue. We get to continue the struggle till we make sure say the person we Cameroonian that choose them for the election actually go A to D, be in a rightful place. So the second phase for Project C. Now, how to galvanize, mobilize, bring Cameroonians together. We'll bring we head together, determine what would be the best way for make sure, say, that vote where we get for October 12th actually be respected. And how we fit bring people from different groups, we'll come together as one Cameroon. We'll not see ourselves as one political party or one group or separate group. May we stand together, because that's the only way that we feel ever win. If we start point fingers to another person, accuse another person, to say we don't like this one way we do, now so this government don't succeed for separate way. So we get to come together. How we for diaspora, if we mobilize everybody, all sectors that may they come together, move, fight for see this government crumble. As you talk, you say 73 hours. If we decide for not put any money into Cameroon, this government will collapse. So we don't decide to we'll work together in all way possible for make sure say all peaceful means possible for make sure say this government collapse so that we forget we rightful president. And I ask Oilman we want to learn more. We get some website, projectcameroon.com. May they go for projectcameroon.com, mission statement, then a vision. And if you get any small thing where you want to contribute, him jangi for the, because that's so we will take support efforts for bring change for Cameroon. But I'm really glad to you here today for sharing this moment with me, and I hope so you will come back. You know, only can the pass, but you were there with we. We'll work at this journey together.
Brother André,
Yeah.
I beg, my brother, just pause small.
Yeah.
You bring up something will be very important. Way I like to make we stress up. In other words, we call and say preamble. That preamble where we bring up now they stimulate people for no. I just want to bring on for two very important things. I think 2 or 3 days ago, I see where they say Bia designed loan from China of 40 how many billion for put surveillance cameras for the whole country. Is that a priority? Is that Just a priority? for people to see that we are really doomed. That's number one. Number two, for we to succeed, as somebody talks in 72 hours, now look at the areas, all these loans the way that they take them, when they don't do the job where they're supposed to do them. If you remember, we even name people, make we write for all these international monetary funds, be them IMF, be them World Bank, all of the China, all the places where we not see the African Development Bank, we not see the borrow money. More make them understand, say they have failed. Because when they take that money, they don't do the projects. Not because of the reason that way, like my son be talking, Pancho, we don't get roads, we don't get electricity, we don't get water, we don't get internet, we don't have anything we can be proud of. How a country like that, the 2 so-called international airports, we don't get internet inside them. It's a shame. So that lead to that way, me, I want to contribute for strengthening this plan, this project. If we take this, where we could blow them out, then they will not say true. That camera as well they put them, where they want to put them. May we make China not say that money, may they don't give them because we not go pay them. They just want money for themselves.
Yeah.
Thank you, people, so very much.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Jean Bosco. I'm sorry to just jump in because I've been waiting for a while now, and I was leaving the forum already, so I'm so sorry to jump in without you guys giving me the floor.
Jean Bosco, you had your hand up. I'm sorry that yeah, please go ahead. I would just want to apologize for that.
No. You don't have to, because I know exactly what you guys are going through. Trust me, the excitement is huge. Cameroonians really want change in Cameroon, and that's why I was patient, and because I was invited to come. So as soon as I got the invitation, I stopped whatever I was doing to jump in. And as my elder brother Tala André Marie was talking, I have to let him talk, because we know what is going on. And what I really wanted to say, I will be very quick, because I know in a forum where you have more than 50 people, you cannot strategize and do a lot of things. But